I might have that too loud because we couldn't hear it.
That's the only one you mess with.
Yeah, that's the master.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
I'd like to welcome to the. Is that even on? Welcome to the. This one's on. Welcome. No, it's not. Welcome to the show. We're going to start the show today with the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. We will start our show with the dairy first. Our first class has 4 exhibitors. If you will, make your way to the entry gate now. We're starting our dairy cattle show with class 1. These have birthdays from 5/31/2024 to 8/14/2024. Class 2 dairy cattle, you have 2 entries. Please line up at the gate. Class 2 dairy cattle, you have 2 entries. We'd like to thank Herky's Champion Buyers Club for sponsoring our buckles and banners for our champion dairy heifer and reserve champion dairy heifer, as well as our dairy showmanship. Thank you for your support. All cattle classes have been posted. All cattle classes have been posted.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here to judge your show. I absolutely enjoy watching kids show dairy animals. I grew up doing the same thing. But today we're going to start off with this young lady and her Holstein. That's the most correct calf in the ring. She has a nice depth of body and good feet and legs behind her, and she's a very strong calf, and I like those kind of strong calves. Second, we're going with a younger calf that kind of carries along the same characteristics of the depth of rib. She has a good set of feet and legs underneath her. Third place is just a little shallow through her depth, or through her rib, a little narrow in the rear end. And fourth place, once again, another nice heifer, very long, but she's carrying just a little extra weight and kind of dips in her top line just a little bit.
We're now ready for Class 2 dairy cattle. We have 2 entries. Both are Holsteins with birthdays of 2/1/24 and 1/5/24. Class 3, be getting ready. You have 3 entries. Please be at the gate. Your winners in Class 1 dairy cattle: first, Julia Furman from Gainesville; second, Conrad Barra from Gainesville; third, Abigail Furman, Gainesville; fourth, George Bayer from Gainesville. We're now judging Class 2.
Today we're going to start off with this young lady's Holstein right here. She walks on a very nice set of feet and legs. She's tall. She's wide through her rump. She doesn't quite have the depth of rib that the second place heifer has, but I mean, to be correct, the first place heifer is just a little more correct and walks on a better set of feet and legs.
Your winners in Class 2, first, Rita Becker, Gainesville. Second, Nate Becker, Gainesville. We're now ready for Class 3. We have 3 entries. The birthdays range from 12/8/22 to 8/25/23. Class 4 has 3 entries. Please be at the gate. We're now judging Class 3 with 3 entries. We'd like to thank the Cooke County United Way and Cooke County Fair Association for all of your help with our show. We appreciate your support.
Today we're going to start off with this young lady with the jersey heifer. It's one that really catches your eye. You know, if she'd hold her head up a little bit, she would be a little, there we go, she's a little flashier. She kind of catches your eye. You know, she's straight across the top, has that great depth of body. Go ahead and follow her. And an easy winner to me in the class today. When you get to second and third, you know, second place is over third, mainly because she's a little cleaner. This one's carrying a little extra weight today, especially through her thigh, and just doesn't quite size up to the other two heifers in the class.
Your winners in Class 3, first, Ariana Bear from Lindsay. Second, Levi Furman, Gainesville. Third, Mariana Bear from Gainesville. We're now ready for Class 4. Class 4 has 3 entries. At the conclusion of Class 4, we'll choose our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Dairy Heifer.
Okay, today I'm starting with a cow that's a little fresher. She's only been milking a month, but she has that udder capacity still. She has a nice forerunner. You know, she's got the rib spacing and she's straight across the top. You can just tell she's going to be a good milk cow. She just needs to lose a little bit of that weight. But it was a close placing between her and the second place cow. The second place cow has been milked off a little bit. She just didn't quite have enough milk in her udder today to make me want to put her any higher. But the first two cows, if they'll come back in for grand champion, and that way we can judge from there. All three very nice cows, though.
Your winners in Class 4, first, Camelus Bear from Gainesville, second, Blaze Bear from Gainesville, third, Justin Deal from Gainesville. We're now going to choose the grand champion and reserve grand champion dairy heifer. From Class 1, we need Julia Furman. Class 2, Rita Becker. Class 3, Levi Furman. And Class 4, Camelus Bear. These had the first place animals in each class. All grand and reserve grand champions, as well as breed champions, need to have their pictures made at the backdrop before you leave today. Also, showmanship winners, please have your picture made at the backdrop. And if you make sale with your steer, please have your picture made at the backdrop before you leave today. We'd like to thank Herky Champions Buyers Club for sponsoring our Grand Champion Dairy Heifer and Reserve Grand Champion Dairy Heifer. They sponsored the buckles and the banners. Thank you for your support. At the conclusion of the grand drive for the dairy heifers, we're going to start our showmanship. Our first class will be junior showmanship, grades 3 through 5. Then it will be intermediate showmanship, grades 6 through 8, followed by senior showmanship, grades 9 through 12.
All the animals that have been presented today are very nice. You can tell they're well conditioned, and when you look at dairy cows, you know, these are going to go into the milk string and they're going to be ready to really put some milk in the tank as they grow up. That's always a nice sight to see. Now, I had these 4 individuals kind of line up here, and I will go and select my grand champion first and then my reserve champion. Today we're going to start with grand champion with this Jersey heifer, and she's a great size. She has a great depth of rib. She walks on a nice set of feet and legs, and she's just the flashiest one that had come into the ring today. We're going to follow up with this nice Holstein calf because she kind of follows the same lines as that Jersey. She's got the depth of rib, nice set of feet and legs. Congratulations to you too.
Your grand champion dairy heifer goes to our Class 3 winner, Ariana Bayer from Lindsay. Your reserve grand champion dairy heifer goes to Julia Furman from Gainesville. Don't forget to make your picture at the backdrop today before you leave if you win grand or reserve, overall, or breed champion. Also, if you win showmanship, please make your picture at the backdrop. We're now ready for dairy showmanship. We're going to start with our junior dairy showman. These are grades 3 through 5. Intermediate showman, be getting ready. So junior dairy showmanship, grades 3 through 5. Your class is going in the ring now. Intermediate dairy showman, if you're in grades 6 through 8, please be getting ready. We're showing senior dairy showmanship first. Senior dairy showmanship is being shown first. This is grades 9 through 12.
We only have one senior showman, and it's a young lady that could really use some competition because she's got it figured out. She's strong while she holds that heifer. She pays attention to the judge the whole time. And I hope that the younger kids, are watching her because the things that she does are what they need to learn and do for themselves. One thing I'll have to commend her on is that whenever they were coming in for the grand drive, she was helping the young lady in front of her try to get her heifer to move. And that's what it's all about. You really want to encourage the other kids and help out because you might only be showing for a couple of years, but if you have someone this young that's willing to help, how's her future going to be? We know that she'll still be helpful in other things. Congratulations, and you are a senior showman.
Your champion dairy senior showman goes to Rita Becker from Gainesville. We'll now do intermediate dairy showmanship. This is grades 6 through 8. Junior, you will be getting ready. We'd like to thank Herky Champions Buyers Club for sponsoring our dairy showmanship buckles in all 3 divisions today. Thank you for your support.
I think I might have wore some of these animals out. I watched them all while they were going in the regular class. I gave them a few pointers as we go along, and it was clear to see that some were paying attention maybe a little more than others and made the corrections. But there was one young man in this group that never took his eyes off the judge and had the feet set right for the most part. So I'm going to go out there and I'm going to slap his heifer here, and this is going to be your intermediate showman. Congratulations. And I'm going to go ahead and commend you also and tell you you did a really great job. You two are definitely at the top of the class, and I kept watching y'all the whole time, but you're going to be our winner today. Congratulations.
Your champion intermediate showman is Levi Furman from Gainesville. We're now ready for our junior dairy showmanship. This is grades 3 through 5. At the conclusion of the dairy show, we'll go right into our market steers. If you are in Class 1 market steers, be getting ready, please. Class 1 market steers, these are your lightweight steers. Please be getting ready.
And last but not least, our junior showmanship class. These are a good group of kids that are really trying. You know, the one thing I tried to stress to them was to pay attention to the judge the whole time and maybe kind of slow down and not walk your animal so fast. You know, if you get to walking too fast, they kind of can show their flaws a little bit. But there was one young man who was bound and determined to have his cow set up every time, and he's going to be our junior showmanship winner today. And I kind of gave him a few little pieces of advice, you know, and he took it, yes ma'am, and I know he's going to make changes for his next time he shows. But congratulations, young man, you'll be our junior champion, or junior showmanship winner today.
Your champion junior dairy showman goes to Camillus Bayer from Gainesville. Don't forget, if you were a grand or reserve grand champion in the dairy, the steer, or the beef today, or if you're a breed champion or reserve breed champion or a showmanship winner, please get your picture made at the backdrop before you leave. Also, if you make sale with your steer, please get your picture made at the backdrop today before you leave. This is the conclusion of our dairy show. We'd like to thank Herky's Champions Buyers Club for your support for the awards. We also want to thank Cooke County Fair Association and the United Way of Cooke County. Thank you for your support. We're now ready to start the steer show. If you're in class 1 for the steer show, be getting ready. We'd like to thank Quasar Energy Services for sponsoring the buckle and the banner for the Grand Champion steer. API Advanced Pedestal sponsored the buckle for the Reserve Champion steer. J.R. Thompson Incorporated sponsored the banner for the Reserve Champion steer. Tom and Kelly Houston sponsored the banners for our Champion Lightweight steer, Reserve Champion Lightweight steer, Champion Middleweight steer, and Reserve Champion Middleweight steer. API Advanced Pedestal sponsored the banner for the Champion Heavyweight steer. Barry and Brooke Bartho family sponsored the banner for the Reserve Champion Heavyweight steer. Thank you for your support. We're ready to start our steer show now. We're going to start with Class 1 lightweight steers. We have 7 entries in this class. Class 2, be checking in at the gate, be getting ready. You have 5 entries in Class 2.
Okay, spin it out. So we're going to go ahead and get started on this nice, cool morning. I know these animals are definitely a little more amped up than what we had really like to see and everything, kind of how they're moving out here. No, they're kind of amped up in their back. They're kind of pushing these kids around, and that's just part of the show them whenever it's 20 degrees, and we've been at 60 the past couple of weeks. We're going to start off with this young lady's kind of crossbred steer. She says she's going to take him to Fort Worth. I think that'd be a good end point for the calf. Comparing him back to the calf in second, I would like to make him a little bit, pull him in at the point of his shoulders. He gets a little wide there at the base of his shoulders and down into his brisket. But still, I think he has more ability, has more muscle shape down his back than what we'll get into as we get back into this young man's American cross steer. That'll be second today. Young man steer, he's a great calf. He's just a nice, practical made. Good enough on the move, good enough in his look. You get in behind him, you see some product, you put your hands on his back, you'll get some good curve on his top. Comparing him to the calf behind us, he's just in a little bit fresher body condition and a little bit nicer on the touch. But still, I'd like to kind of see him get his legs underneath him and work his back wheels just a little bit better as he gets out on the move. Young lady's calf that'll be third today is another American calf that she said she's going to take on to Houston. And I kind of asked these kids, hey, where do you want to take these animals? And I think there's a lot of importance in that because Houston is going to be another 80, 90 days past Fort Worth, and I think you need to take into consideration on this time frame, especially at these younger weights, or a lot of weight. This calf here, kind of what makes him move down into the third hole when comparing him to the calf that is in second is how he sets his hog down. He is a little tighter there, a little tighter in his posture, a little tighter on the move, but still a nice calf with a lot of feel, a lot of muscle shape whenever you get in behind him. Young lady's scimitar appearing calf that'll be coming in here next is a nice calf that comes in a little bit greener in his condition. The young lady said that she's going to hold him on all the way to Dallas next year, and that's a good plan for him, especially as greeny as he is in his appearance. But just comparing him in the market show today, I'd like to see him a little bit more fat, a little bit more muscle shape right behind his blades, and have him handle himself just a little bit better whenever he gets out on the move with his loin and all. Young man's yellow calf coming in here is county steer, and nice calf, just a nice practical made. No wow factor to him, but the things he does a good job on. He does have a little bit more muscle shape than the calves that stand in right behind him. Would like to give him a little more base of structure whenever he gets out on the move. Young lady shorthorn steer that comes in next is a nice calf, pretty on the profile. You just get in behind him and watch his calf track away. You'd like to see a little more internal dimension. Young lady's black steer that's going to round out the class is another calf that has some nice practical feeding features to him. Just whenever you get him in the show ring, he doesn't have quite a show ring appearance that we'd like to see in today's time. Thank you.
We're now ready for Class 2. This is our medium weight steers. We have 5 entries in the class. Your winners in Class 1, lightweight steers. First, Bristol Brend, Munster. Second, Braylon Purvey, Gainesville. Third, Rachel Snyder, Valley View. Fourth, Cora Bayer, Munster. Fifth, Jackson Chisholm, Gainesville. Sixth, Aubrey Snyder, Valley View. Seventh, Roy Chisholm, Gainesville. Class 2 medium weight steers are being judged now. So Bristol Brand from Munster had your champion lightweight steer. Braylon Purvey from Gainesville had your reserve champion lightweight steer. We'd like to thank Tom and Kelly Houston for donating those banners.
You're gonna be two, bud.
Two.
Yeah. So there was a little bit of sort in this class, and it definitely wasn't on the top end here. I think this steer kind of wins this class and does it very handily, in my opinion. Got a great feel, great footwork, like look. This young lady is trying to endpoint this calf for. He gets out with enough movement, enough flexibility. He isn't perfect, I mean, but no animal is. But I think he does combine the most look, the most appearance, the most muscle shape, and the most genuine footstep and movement as he gets out and goes. The sort kind of came down between this black and white steer and this Hereford steer, and I kind of break down what I see and what I touched and what I felt whenever I got my hands on these animals. The Hereford steer I would like to see with a little bit more rear end shape down into stifle whenever you step in behind him, but whenever you put your hands on these two calves, I thought he had the most genuine shape right there behind his blades. He definitely had a more correct finish. Whenever I kind of walked these animals, neither one of them really hit me with the right set of running gear. The Hereford steer kind of bowed his back leg out just a little bit as he gets out and goes. But I still think breed for breed, this calf kind of puts a little bit more into the equation for me, and that's what kind of moved him up in second. The black and white steer that comes in third is a nice calf. Whenever he gets out on the move, he kind of gets a little bit wide on his rear end. He sits there, he tracks outside of himself with his back legs. Whenever I put my hands on him, I guess what kind of concerned me the most is, did he have enough finish? I mean, and that's where it kind of hit me, okay, at this weight, which one has the highest cutability, the highest marketability, and I believe the Hereford steer kind of came into that hole. Whenever you're standing out on the profile view and on the move, I did think this black and white steer did have a little bit of an edge on the movement, but as whenever I stepped in behind him and seen how wide he was getting on his back too, is what concerned me. Young man brings a red steer that kind of comes in a little practical look. He's got a good finish on him. Would like to stouten him up at the groundwork to get him to move up higher in this class and maybe freshen him up a little bit, but still a nice practical steer. We round out the class with another American calf that just needs a little bit more time on feed, a little more groceries to move up any higher in this particular class. Good class, great class winner. Thank you.
We're now ready for Class 3, your heavyweight steers. We have 6 entries in this class. In Class 2, your medium weight steers, your champion medium weight steer went to Ella Rushberg from Era. Your reserve champion medium weight steer went from Braylon Purvey from Gainesville. Third was Benjamin Martell from Collinsville. Fourth, Joshua Anderson from Gainesville. Fifth, Travis Hayes from Gainesville. We'd like to thank Tom and Kelly Houston for sponsoring our banner for both the champion medium weight steer and reserve champion medium weight steer. So we're now ready for Class 3, your heavyweight steers, Class 3 heavyweight steers. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose our grand and reserve grand steer. Don't forget, if you win a banner or a buckle today, please have your picture made at the backdrop before you leave today. Also, if your steer makes sale, please have a picture made at the backdrop before you leave today.
as we get in this last class of the steer show, and definitely a heavyweight class, judging by what the size is on this red one, and he's big. Is he too big for some? Possibly, but he does come in at you. He's fresh whenever you put your hands on him. He does have a little bit of a structure issue with his right rear pasturing kind of popping. I'm going to give a little bit of credit. This is cold weather, and he's definitely a little amped up. This young lady has done a great job keeping him calm out here, and has got him presented to a very high level. I know he's fighting her a little bit, but whenever you just get back and you stand back and say, all right, which one of these calves is going to hang the most red meat? And I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, it's this big red steer here. Like I said, I would like to see him a little bit different on his pasturing, but I think I'm just going to have to go ahead and lean to this one because of his product and what all he brings together. Young lady's white steer that's going to come second in this class, I really kind of lean more to this type animal whenever I'm sitting here evaluating, but as you can kind of see, as he stays out here a little bit longer, he rocks a little bit more forward on his front knee. He definitely piles his hock down into the ground a little bit more than ideal, and is a little straighter on his pasturings. And I can look past all that. This is a steer show, and we're looking at these things, what they're going to hang up at the end of the day. But whenever you put your hands on this calf is where I get a little more concerned. I would like to see him a little softer bodied. I'd like to see a little bit more flesh whenever you get your hands back on the back side of his ribs. He does have enough, but whenever you compare him to the big red steer, I would like to see a little bit more finish, a little bit more cover. Young lady's yellow steer that she's bringing in, circling around right now, just kind of a good practical, maybe a little more slick shearing type style animal. There is a product in that calf whenever you get your hands on him. He is not the biggest bone, the heaviest structured, maybe not the neatest looking of all of these animals that were ahead of him, but definitely a good calf and has a lot of potential later on down the road. This young lady said she was going to take that calf on to Houston. Big Hereford steer that we kind of get towards here at the end of the class. It just kind of has a little bit more frame than probably what is necessary in today's time. And consequently with that larger frame, whenever you put your hands on him, I'd like to see a little bit more finish, a little bit more cover, and just a little bit more center body and center product in that animal. We kind of get down and we got this shorthorn appearing steer that kind of comes in the next hole. That calf's got a lot of nice hair, a lot of nice things, but whenever you get him out on the move, his rear hock is just a little alarming to me, especially for no more product than what he's got. If he was this overpowering, big, stout, burly steer, I may overlook it a little bit more, but he definitely needs a little bit more shape whenever you get in behind the shoulder. We round out the class with the red steer. Just needs a little bit more muscle, a little bit more tone, a little bit more eye appeal whenever you look at him to move him up any higher in this class.
We're now ready to select the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Market Steer. The winners in Class 3, first, Avon Rauschenberg, second, Remy McLaughlin. Both of these are from ERA. Third, Brinley Rathburn. Fourth, Brinley Brand. Fifth, James Badcock. Sixth, Heidi Becker. So from Class 1, we need Bristol Brand. Braylon Purvey, be standing by. From Class 2, we need Ella Rushberger. From ERA, Braylon Purvey, be standing by. And then Class 3, we need Avon Rushberger from ERA, and Remy McLaughlin, be standing by. The banners for your champion heavyweight steer were sponsored by API Advanced Pedestal. The reserve champion heavyweight steer banner was sponsored by Barry and Brooke Barthold and family. The buckle and banner for your grand champion steer is sponsored by Quasar Energy Services Incorporated. The buckle for the reserve champion steer is sponsored by API Advanced Pedestal. The banner for the reserve champion steer is sponsored by J.R. Thompson Incorporated. Thank you for your support.
So as we kind of round out our steer show, and I do want to send out a thanks for everybody that came out and supporting these kids, sitting ringside. I know there's parents, grandparents, ag teachers, hopefully some administrators out here that's out here supporting these kids and all the hard work. I'm an ag teacher myself. I teach animal science and ag mechanics, and I enjoy this stuff. I mean, I live for it. Every single day I'm out doing this type of either dealing with animals or dealing with ag mech projects, and would never want to be it any other way. And I really appreciate all the hard work that it takes to get to this point. I know we sent some calves back to the stalls that maybe is a little disappointed at the county fair, and I understand that because I'd be the same way. But do understand these cattle that are standing out here, they have a little bit more presence, a little bit more eye appeal. And I mean, my goal as I'm sitting here sorting this deal is I want to try to get together the calves that I think will do the best at the majors moving on down the road. And that's all I ever ask whenever I go to show to someone. I do think that there's one calf out here, he hit me pretty hard whenever he first walked in the ring. He's kind of combines everything that I like. He has a lot of structure. He moves good. He has product. He has some eye appeal. He has some ring presence. But more importantly, whenever you put your hands on him, he's not disappointing. He does have some muscle shape. He does not just have hair. And that's what we're in the market for as we move on into these next few months and showing at the major livestock shows is you've got to have some product whenever you put your hands on these calves. And this one young lady's calf has definitely got the product, and I think we'll have a nice spring wherever he ends up going to, and I think he'd look nice in Fort Worth where the young lady is wanting to take him. But as I round out this discussion, my reserve's going to be a little bit closer. I'm going to bring second place in. We'll kind of sort on them just a little bit. I want to compare them to these contemporaries, but young lady out of the middle division will be our champion, and we'll bring that reserve back in for reserve consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Good job. Congratulations.
Your grand champion market steer goes to Ella Rushaber from Era. We need Braylon Purvey.
So I'll briefly describe kind of what's going through my mind right now. We get in this lightweight class, and nice calf, and does combine a lot of things that I like. Kind of what concerns me on him is how open he is at the point of his shoulders and how wide he is at the front end. And that kind of, if he is a heavyweight calf, it wouldn't bother me near as much as he is just being a lightweight. I would like to see that bring his shoulders in a little bit there at the point of his shoulders. Into the Hereford Mark steer, and I think that calf's got a lot of nice look. There's a lot of interesting things. I would like to see him a little bit stouter whenever you get on a three-quarter view of him. Whenever you do kind of pay attention to his back right hock, it does roll out a little bit, and that's a little bit alarming to me, but his front shoulder and the way he uses his front knee is better than both the calves on both sides of him. Then we got to get into the big heavyweight red steer that, I mean, he is big and he is stout. Is he too big for some? Possibly. And that's okay. And I mean, I get it. I do think that he is on the verge of being too big for me. But at the same breath, there's going to be plenty of bigger steers than he is that's going to get a brand later on down the road, and I understand that. But that's just some of the concerns. I would like to see him handle his pasturing just a little bit better as he gets around the ring. But like we discussed earlier in his class, I think the temperature, and he's a little amped up, and he's kind of fighting the skill a little bit. I do kind of give a little bit of leniency to that just because of that cause there. As I kind of go back through these, I have to ask myself which one of these calves is going to hang up the most red meat for his frame, for his size, and I have to lean towards this heavyweight steer, and he'll be a reserve champion today.
Your reserve grand champion steer goes to Avon Rosherber from the heavyweight. We'll now choose sale order for the steers. We'll now choose sale order for the steers. Showmanship will be at the conclusion of the beef breeding show. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Cooke County Fair Association and United Way of Cooke County. Thank you for your support. Don't forget that the concession stand has yummy food for us today. They have hot homemade tortilla soup, pulled pork sandwiches, hot nachos with pulled pork, hot chocolate and coffee. This will help fill your belly and keep you warm. At the conclusion of the sale order, we'll start our beef breeding heifers with our American division. If you have a steer that you want to be considered for sale order, please be waiting at the back gate with your steer when we call your name. Travis Haynes, you're needed in the ring. Travis Haynes, you're needed in the ring. Okay, we're ready to start the American heifers now. If you're in class 1 for the American heifers, we have 2 entries. Class 2 in the American heifers has 3 entries. Y'all be standing by, please. We're ready for class 1. We're now starting our beef breeding heifers. Class 1 has 2 entries. We'd like to thank our sponsors. Rockin' O Ranch sponsored the buckle for the Grand Champion Breeding Heifer. J.R. Thompson Incorporated sponsored the banner for the Grand Champion Breeding Heifer. York I Associates sponsored the buckle for the Reserve Champion Breeding Heifer. J.R. Thompson Incorporated sponsored the banner for the Reserve Champion Breeding Heifer. Thank you for your support.
We get started off on the American Heifer Show. We're going to lead off with this young lady's March Heifer. She's definitely a little square from hooks to pins, but a little more ideal in how she moves around the ring. Has enough extension, enough length, enough body, enough growth. Just a good place to start the American Heifers. As we get into this young man's May Heifer, I mean, still a nice heifer, but kind of from hooks to pins a little bit more than what I deem necessary. Kind of what concerns me more is whenever she does get out on the move and how she handles her hock. She may be a little bit softer footed in her pasturing than what I like, but still nice heifer, nice green heifer that comes in and just has a little tougher time getting around the March heifer that leads the class. Congratulations.
Your winners in class 1 for the American heifers, first and second place go to Savannah Rossler from Gainesville. We're now ready for class 2 American heifers. Class 2 American heifers. We have 3 entries in this class. Class 3 American heifers, be getting ready. You have 2 entries in that class.
we kind of get in the second class of American heifers, and we get some different types and kinds, and we have a E6 up here to win this class. Young lady has a nice heifer. She has a little bit more foot bone structure to her, a little bit more depth of body, a little more performance in the calves that are right in behind her. Would like to see her whenever she does get out and go be a little bit smoother in her gait. Kind of the way she's just sitting there and she doesn't reach back on her back end quite as much as I'd like to see at a heifer at this stage of the game, but still I think a very easy and very logical place to start this class. The sword kind of comes in these next two to me, and there's give and take both directions. I kind of think that the young man's heifer probably squares up a little bit more, especially whenever you get in behind her. She keeps her hocks at a little bit more of an ideal angle than what the calf right behind her does. But still, both cattle have some give and take in their depth of body and their perception of their bone work. But I think that the combination of the good comes to the young man's heifer over the young lady's heifer that's coming in right behind her. But overall, a very nice class, very, very easy place to start, and I think there's a little bit of sort in these next two. Congratulations.
Your winners in Class 2, American heifers first, Sutton Bryson from Forestburg. Second, Denton Rossler from Gainesville. Third, Denton Rossler from Gainesville. We're now ready for Class 3 American heifers. We have 2 entries in this class. Class 4 American heifers, be getting ready at the gate, please. Don't forget, if you are a grand or reserve grand champion, or a breed or reserve breed champion, or a showmanship champion, please have your picture made at the backdrop before you leave today. Also, if your steer made sale, or if you're an alternate, please have your picture made at the backdrop before you leave today.
we get into some of these yearling type heifers that we got coming up next couple classes, but I think I've got to lead off with the young lady's goat heifer. And I mean, this heifer does have a few faults, but I think what she does to combine together and her depth of body and the way she comes out of the top side of her shoulders and everything is just very unique, very eye appealing, and still has the right type of maturity as far as fat goes on her. And the young lady said that they have tried breeding on her. They hadn't got any results back yet, but she'll be right on track to be being bred on the right date. As we get into the Brahman heifer, and I mean still a May heifer that looks nice, maybe just a little bit immature in her body condition compared to the heifer that leads the class. A little bit more depth of body, a little bit more products in her. I think she will run up in that class, but still, even as she is presented today, I'd still like to see a little bit more density of bone whenever you kind of look down at her feet and legs, and but still a nice heifer, good class.
Your winners in Class 3 American Heifers: first, Savannah Rossler from Gainesville; second, Marissa Sutton Bergman from Callisburg. We're now ready for Class 4. We have one entry. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose the American Champion and Reserve American Champion.
Young lady brings us a January 2-year-old, or coming 2-year-old. She's got her 7 months bred, nice heifer, does get around the ring really well for a Brahman. I mean, flexes on both ends, has some eye appeal, the way she comes out of her shoulder. Would like to kind of clean up her teat structure just a little bit, maybe shorten them up ever so slightly, but still nice heifer, good heifer, and glad to see her back out here during the grand drive here in just a second.
All right, your winner in Class 4 American Heifers: first, Marissa Sutton Bergman from Callisburg. We'll now choose our American Champion and Reserve Champion breed. If you are showing a British heifer in Class 1, please come check in at the gate. You have 3 entries in that class. So from Class 1 for American heifer, we need Savannah Rossler. Class 2, Sutton Bryson. Class 3, Savannah Rossler. Class 4, Marissa Sutton Bergman. Class 1 of British heifers, check in at the gate, please. Class 1 British heifers, check in at the gate, please. Class 2 British heifers, be on standby. We'd like to thank Nortex Communications for sponsoring the banner for the champion British heifer. Well, we're American, sorry. Nortex Communications for sponsoring the banner for the champion American heifer, and they also sponsor their reserve champion American heifer banner.
we move into our champion drive for Americans. I think it kind of comes down to these two class winners on this end of the arena here, the younger calves. I think there is a little bit of give and take. I kind of had them both circle around one more time, kind of ensure what I wanted to do. I'll kind of describe them to you. You got your March heifer, and she is a little bit greener than probably the E6 that's in the second class, but still nice heifer. Got some interesting pieces, the way she kind of ties everything in together. I do get a little bit concerned whenever she does kind of get out and go, how she handles, she ducks her pins a little bit to cover her tracks. And I mean, is that a huge deal to most people? No, probably not, but in the show ring it does have a little bit of tendencies to kind of make you want to I guess take a second look at that. And I mean, but still, nice heifer, a good heifer. And whenever you compare her to the E6 heifer behind her, the E6 heifer definitely has a little bit more bone, foot shape, probably has a little more power, a little more flesh and bone to her. But still, as she kind of sets up and gets presented, does she kind of tie into the top side of her neck as nice as a girt heifer right in front of her? Does she hold her spine and all on the move? Excuse me. On the move as good as the girt heifer, and that's kind of where I went back and forth. After I kind of evaluated and kind of sorted a little bit more in my head of which ones, I mean, kind of adding up the good qualities versus the bad, I kind of have to lean towards the E6 heifer just because she does have more performance and bone and flesh to her as of right now, and still having some of those same type issues as the little March heifer ahead of her. But still, I think it's a very close pair on these two, and I'll go ahead and shake the one that's going to be champion today.
Your champion American is exhibited by Sutton Bryson from Forestburg. Your reserve champion American is exhibited by Savannah Rosler from Gainesville. We're now ready to start the British division. Class 1 is heifers 6 to 12 months old. We have 3 entries in this class. Class 2 be checking in at the gate. Class 2 be checking in at the gate. Rider. Avon Washerber from Era, you're needed for Class 1 British with entry number 591. Second call, entry number 591. 591, your class is in the ring. Entry number 591, your class is in the ring. Class 2 British heifers, please check in at the gate. Class 3 British heifers, please be getting ready.
So we get started in the first class of the British show. I'm going to lead off with this January Hereford heifer here. Definitely has a little bit more advantages in performance, body shape. Nice on her feet and legs. Just gets around the ring pretty easily. Maybe not the most showy type Hereford heifer as far as coming out of her head and neck, but still a nice heifer and puts a lot of good things behind her shoulders together. Got to visit with my buddy Ryder here. He'll be second today with the Shorthorn heifer. And Ryder, this is his second show here, and he's having a good time. He says he enjoys it, even though it is a lot of hard work, and it is. And I kind of I always get a little bit soft-hearted in these situations with these kids, because like I said, I teach ag every day. I'm around kids every day. During Christmas break, I took Christmas Eve and Christmas Day off, and we were at our school shop every day during Christmas break working with kids. And it's fun to have a young lady come out here and help Ryder today and just be part of this team. And Ryder, we please understand that you have a heck of a team behind you. Whoever's helped you get to this point and get around the ring and get into the barn and everything in between. It's a rewarding industry to be a part of. But overall, a great class, and congratulations.
Your winners in Class 1 British Heifers. First, Jaden Ronde from Gainesville. Second, Ryder Gann from Munster. We're now ready for Class 2 British Heifers. We have 2 entries in the class. Class 3 British Heifers, check in at the gate.
going to leave these two the way they came in to me. There is some give and take here, and I kind of bounce back and forth on which way I wanted to do, and I'm going to leave the bigger heifer up here. I do think that she probably is a little bit more correct in her overall movement, especially whenever you watch her down her spine. She kind of holds her spine a little bit truer. You kind of get watching her feet and legs. Does she cover her tracks as well as I'd like? No. Does she get out and go on her front end quite as well as I'd like? Probably not. But I mean, still, I think she does do the combination of having the body, having the length, having the overall presence in the ring that I'd like to see. Young man's heifer that kind of comes in the second hole here. Man, you want to talk about one sleek, cool neck Hereford, that is this one right here. Consequently, whenever you get a Hereford that sleek and cool neck, do they balance up in the center portion of the body as well as I'd like? Sometimes that gets tougher, but more importantly, whenever you set this heifer out on the move, she raises up in her loin quite a bit and kind of gets underneath herself with her back 2 feet and raising her spine up, and that's what kind of moves her into the second hole today for me. But both heifers, very nice heifers, very well presented, very well put together. I love how fresh these two Hereford heifers are for this stage of the game. Their jawline is sleek, their brisket is sleek, but overall well maintained and good projects for these two young people.
Your winners in Class 2 British, first Cedar James Love from Whitesboro, second Kemp Love, Whitesboro. We're now ready for Class 3 British heifers. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose our division champion and reserve champion.
So this class here, and if you're sitting ringside, I'll give you a little background on me. I mean, I used to clip cattle for a living and still do a little bit of it. I mean, besides being an ag teacher, and I mean, I kind of appreciate whenever these things come to you and they're maybe not clipped out, maybe not at 110%, because you got to have a little bit of a sense of humor and then be able to evaluate these things and kind of see where you think they'll be whenever they do get mowed down. And I think whenever you compare this first and second place heifer, and I don't think it's a runaway by any stretch of imagination, but I'm going to kind of tell you what I see minus the haircut, minus the hair coat. I'm going to say that this heifer that's going to lead this class, if I could change her, I'd change her in her brisket. She is a little bit too much there for me, but in the same breath, whenever you get on this heifer's jaw line and everything, I think she does kind of put that jawline and how she ties in at the top side of her neck just a little bit better. But where she sorts to the top for me is in her front shoulder. The angulation of her shoulder, the angulation of her front knee is what makes her move up in this class, is because of that. She does have a little bit more of a 45-degree angle on her front shoulder whenever you compare her to the calf that's in second. Like I said, if you want to get one and you just say, hey, I can't use one that has a brisket like that, I mean, I get it. Unfortunately, whenever you show Herefords for a living, you're going to get some that get a little bit bigger brisket than what you like, and I mean, I get that, and that's how come I'm not going to massacre an animal over one trait, and that's kind of where I see that heifer. If I was to one trait select one, I may get on that one and get a little more critical. Young man, nothing to take away from your heifer. This is a very nice heifer, very well maintained, very well presented today. But like I said, whenever I compare her to the calf that's going to win this class, the angulation of her shoulders gets her. She's just a little more upright in her shoulder. And whenever you get her out on the move, you kind of see that. She doesn't actually reach out with her front feet and stride out and grab some ground like the heifer that's going to win this class. Nothing to take away whenever we get done talking to two Hereford heifers compared to the Shorthorn heifer. Shorthorn heifer is a nice heifer. I'd just like to see a little more depth of body, a little more weight per day of age for this heifer to move her up any in this class.
Your winners in Class 3, first, Cannon Chris, Gainesville, second, Camp Love, Whitesboro, third, James Babcock, Gainesville. Now we'll choose our champion and reserve champion British breed division. From Class 1, we need Jaden Rondi. From Class 2, we need Cedar James Love. And then from Class 3, we need Cannon Crisp. If you have an exotic heifer, please be getting ready. Class 1 exotic heifers to the gate, please, to check in.
we round out this British Drive, I mean, I think there's 3 nice Hereford heifers out here, and I think that all 3 of them are going to have a nice spring as they go into the spring majors. I'm going to kind of break these things down just real fast. I hadn't made up my mind 100% yet, but I'll kind of break these things down, and maybe that'll help me make up my mind. Young man's heifer that comes out of the first class, like we said during her class, from her shoulders back, she's made very nice. She is nice appearing as some of these heifers behind her through her third latch, through the bottom side of her chest, maybe not, but still a nice heifer, has a lot of quality, a lot of good brood cow type material that she'll be bringing to the table for this young man in production. The next 2 heifers, kind of some show heifers to me. You have some give and take, and I'll kind of tell you about the give and take that I see. The young lady's heifer's got a little sleeker necked. She's been maintained very well. Chest floor is very nice. Jawline is very nice. You get this heifer on the move. Does she handle her hock as well as probably the calf behind her? Maybe not. Does she have as much depth of body, as much spring of rib in comparison to her age? Maybe not, but still a very nice heifer. It's presented very highly. The young lady has done a great job out here sticking, and she keeps on looking at me and smiling, and it makes my job a whole lot harder whenever they do that, because I enjoy that a whole lot. I enjoy seeing kids out here enjoying what they're doing, not just being all hardcore and not having fun with it and being so serious. So I do appreciate that, young lady. Then we get back here to the young man's heifer, and I know she is not clipped. I know she's not as presented today as nice as probably what she could be. That is a very nice heifer. I think you get her through a clipping room real fast, it'd change the game a lot in how you evaluate her. But I'm not here to evaluate clip jobs. I'm here to try to pick out which one of these animals is the best, and that's kind of what I'm trying to do, is I break down in my head what I want to do here. Like we talked about in class, her brisket is an issue. I would like to set her chest floor up into her on the bottom side and back into her point of shoulders. It is big, and it is out there, and I see that, and I mean, I'm first one to admit it. But if you just want a single trait, select one, that may be your deal. But whenever you start breaking this animal down, she's probably the best at her front knee as she gets out and goes in this drive today. Is she the most ideal in her hock, the way she sets it down? Maybe not, but I still think she utilizes her hock better than the calves up ahead of her in that regard. It just maybe doesn't have the same look and the same feel. Now, whenever you get that and you get it pulled up and you get it clipped, it's probably going to look a whole lot different. But I mean, I'm just trying to throw out some ideas of what I'm looking at and the things I'm seeing. But whenever you get at the 3/4 view, you've got to admire this heifer. She is big, she's bold, she's sprung, she has a lot of body to her, and that's what makes her a contender out here for me, is whenever you do get on the 3/4 view of this heifer. She does have a lot of product and a lot of dimension. So with that being said, I think I've got my mind made up. We don't have to bring the second place back in. I remember that heifer, and my champion reserve is sitting here in front of me, so we don't have to open up the gate and get that other heifer back in. But anyways, thank y'all again, and guys out here in this drive, congratulations, y'all. All 3 of y'all have done a very good job, and it's been real fun to help sort this deal.
Your champion British heifer goes to Cannon Crisp from Gainesville. Your reserve champion British goes to Cedar James Love from Whitesboro. We'd like to thank Nortex Communications for sponsoring our banners for our champion British heifer and reserve champion British heifer. We're now ready to start our exotics. So exotic class 1 is going in the ring now. Exotics class 2 to the gate for check-in. Don't forget the concession stand has lots of nice goodies to fill your belly and keep you warm. They have hot homemade tortilla soup, pulled pork sandwiches, hot nachos or pulled pork, hot chocolate, and coffee.
We get in this European class one. Young man brings us a key heifer, a July heifer, and I mean July. She is big. She's got some groceries to her. It's honestly a nice heifer. We would like to see her, and I want to see her out here with another set of calves. Just moving around the ring, she just seemed amped up. It's hard to read her on the move, but whenever we get another set in here, maybe we can get a little better evaluation on her. But good job, nice heifer, and we'll look forward to seeing her in the drive.
Your winner in Class 1 Exotics, Maddox Sewell from Munster. We're now ready for Class 2 Exotics. You have 3 entries in the class. Class 3 Exotics, to the gate for check-in, please.
Start off Class 2 with a nice Charolais heifer, March heifer is what the young lady told me, and I mean, very nicely presented, very good rib shape, rib design. Whenever she does get out on the move, does she actually flex good enough on her hock? I think she does, but I mean, that's just a little general area of concern that I can just kind of see for, but very nice heifer, very well presented, and very good in a lot of different aspects for that breed specifically. Next heifer is Simmental heifer, and I mean, is she clipped and presented the nicest? Maybe not, but that heifer is a nice built, good legged, got a nice body shape front, got a nice length coming out of the top side of her shoulders. Just a nice heifer. Doesn't wow you in any one aspect, but still a good heifer. Young lady's heifer that will round out the class is a heifer that maybe just doesn't come together as smooth. A little bit of it, I think, is the cold weather, and she's fighting the young lady a little bit out here. But whenever she gets out on the move, she ducks her pins a little bit and gets up underneath herself, raising her spine up whenever she does get out and go. But still, pretty nice heifers and a very good class.
Your winners in Class 2 Exotics. First, Matty Barthold, Valley View. Second, Eva Barra, Munster. Third, Cora Barra, Munster. We're now ready for Class 3 Exotics. We have 2 entries in the class. Class 4 Exotics, please check in at the gate.
Young lady just decided to go ahead and have 2 class winners out here today at the county fair, but nice heifer that she brings in this Class 3. I mean, nice neck, nice body. Does she have the spring rib as her heifer that she just brought to us? Maybe not, but gets around the ring real nice and just has a nice outline. Great in her condition. She's not too fat. She's in about right condition for me right now, but overall, a very nice heifer. Congratulations, young lady.
Class 3 winner is Matty Barthold from Valley View. We're now ready for Class 4. Class 4 Exotics has 3 entries in it. Class 5 Exotics, you have 4 entries. Please check in at the gate.
get to start the class with this young lady's key heifer, and a very nice heifer. Got a very nice hind leg set to her. She's got a nice hair coat on her, and she looks and is presented very well. Is she as elegant necked, or is she as feminine necked? Maybe is a proper terminology there that you would I deem necessary, maybe not, but still more than adequate in that regard. But as a key, you get into that sometimes. You get some of those breed characteristics. That is maybe leaning more to the terminal side, but still a very nice heifer that's presented very highly. We're going to go with this young man Simmental heifer next. Simmental heifer just probably has a little bit more depth of body, a little bit more practicality to her than compared to the key heifer that will be third in this class. Is she too small? Depending on how you say where her age is and everything, she very well could be for some people. But just in today's lineup, I think she needed to be sitting in the second place hole. Young ladies having fits with this bigger key heifer, and I mean, it's not easy whenever they act like that, young lady. And I get it. I've had many of them that were a little higher headed and all. Where she sits there has nothing to do with her disposition at all. It's just kind of how her depth of body and how her body proportions to her frame is kind of what lands her in the third hole. But overall, very nice class. Good job.
Your winners in Class 4 Exotic: first, Aubrey Snyder, Valley View; second, Arlie Bear from Munster; third, Abigail Moat from Gainesville. We're now ready for Class 5. Class 5 has 4 entries. At the conclusion of this class, we'll choose the Exotic Champion and Reserve Champion breed division. Commercial heifers, be getting ready.
Sorry it took a little bit longer on this class, but there is some give and take here, and I kind of had to weigh out which way I wanted to lean. I'm going to lead off the class with the baldy heifer here out in front. Young lady has her, and she's in good condition. She's not fat. She's not overbearing or anything in any one aspect. She's not way too big on her frame or anything, but she does balance up really nice. She does carry a little extra brisket, I'm sure. Whenever she was a heifer calf, she carried a little more chest as a baby, but she maintained it and kept her cheeks right, made sure her neck, top side of her neck was nice and feminine. Whenever she does get out on the move, you kind of have to start weighing in between the two. She raises up in her spine a little bit on the move. She kind of rolls her front side of her loin up and kind of has her tail head just holds it a little awkward angle to me. But overall, I think she's a little bit more adequate or a little bit more production oriented in as far as her frame and how she carries her body and the center portion of her body. Young lady, if there's someone sitting out here that wanted to use more of a frame and more of a heavier producing type animal, then they'd probably lean towards you. And you get that. And that's why I kept on weighing it back and forth in my head. But whenever you step off from the side of this one, she's not as nice at the top side of her neck. And I wish she had a little more depth of body and a little more spring of rib. But still, a very nice heifer with all this added frame and added size that this heifer has. I do wish she had a little bit more bone going to the ground, basically from her hock down. Young lady, you kind of come in here, and I mean, nice heifer, a little more production-oriented type animal, but still, whenever you compare her to the calves that are up ahead of you, she just doesn't have as much of the show appeal as far as the neck and the presentation show ring look that we're looking for today. But still, very nice heifer and good job out here today.
Your winners in Class 5, first, Haley Peterson, Valley View. Second, Cora Bayer, Munster. Third, Eva Bayer, Munster. We'll now choose our champion and reserve champion, exotic breed division. So from Class 1, Maddox Sewell. Class 2, Maddie Barfold. Class 3, Maddie Barthold. Class 4, Aubrey Snyder. And Class 5, Haley Peterson. Commercial heifers to the gate to check in, please. Commercial heifers to the gate to check in, please.
We get in the champion exotic drive here today, and I mean I think that there's a couple of different ways that people could go here, and I'm not going to sit here and say that, argue hard on very many of them, but I think there is a way that I want to go and kind of putting together as many of the things as I like. I raise cattle for with my brother, and we raise Simmental, we raise some Hereford cattle, and anyways, and I've always enjoyed looking at exotic cattle more and more as I've gotten to evaluate more and more shows, and it sometimes there's a lot of different ways, and you have some that are more feminine made, and then you have some that you got to understand that a lot of our exotic steers come from exotic cattle, so you have to take that into perspective too whenever you're evaluating these things. Just because it's not the production orientation that you're used to doesn't mean that there isn't still value in those cattle. But overall, I think that there's one heifer that kind of hit me pretty hard whenever she first walked in, and she puts in together a lot of nice things. She has the right rib shape, she has the right dimension, she has the right look whenever you step in on her profile. I think there is some management to the heifer, but as a whole, I mean, they've managed her very well up to this point. And then after that, I mean, I think after that, I can't control anything, but there is one heifer that kind of hit me a little bit harder than the rest of these that are sitting here. And then we'll pull the second place back in, and then we'll evaluate for a reserve. But the young lady out of the second class will be our champion.
All right, we'll bring in Eva Bayer's heifer from Class 2. So your champion exotic is Maddie Bartho from Valley View.
We get in for a reserve, and we brought that second place heifer back out here, and I mean, that's a nice heifer. You know, is she at 12 o'clock today? No, she's not, but still, I wanted to give her the opportunity to come back in the ring. She did a nice job in class, and that's a nice heifer. Managed right, I think she could be an awesome yearling heifer. It kind of comes down to me on these back two heifers for reserve, and where you want to kind of put your place or where you want to leave your mark is up to you. I think I have to give a little bit of advantage to the young lady solid black key heifer. I mean, I know I talked about her in class. She does put a lot of things together. Is she the neck and the shoulder that I typically try to go by for my students or for my family members? No, it's not, but I still think that there's a lot of quality in that heifer moving into production. Young lady's baldy heifer that won the last class is a nice heifer. Whenever we set her in motion, does she handle her spine good enough? And that's kind of where you have to question in my mind. If she does for you, then I think that's a pretty logical place to be in your reserve. But in my mind, I'd like to see her handle her spine with just a little bit more ease and not get as rigid whenever she gets out on the move. But still, two very nice heifers, and I'll go out and select your reserve champion.
Your reserve exotic is Aubrey Snyder from Valley View. Would like to thank Nortex Communications for sponsoring the banners for our champion and reserve champion division breeds. We're now ready to go to commercial heifers. In Class 1, this is 6 to 12 months. We have 2 entries. And then Class 2, be checking in the gate. At the conclusion of the commercial heifers, we'll select the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion breeding heifer. Showmanship, be getting on your mind. We're going to start with juniors first.
We start off the commercial show, and know I'm gonna probably confuse some of the people in the ring, but the E6 heifer was just not liking the mini Hereford there behind her, so I kind of told her girl to pull in where she could see the mini Hereford calf. So that's going to be the calf I'm going to have to lead off with. And I mean, that's nothing against the young man and his mini Hereford. I mean, it's just a commercial show, and I think I've got to put that emphasis in this. But the E6 heifer's nice heifer. I mean, is she as feminine and all as I'd like? Maybe not. I'd like to smooth her up at the point of her shoulder. Maybe like to set her on a little bit more foot. But still a nice heifer and a good place to start on the commercial show. Then we're going to get into Jet and his mini Hereford here, and Jet's third grader. We talked for just a second, and he's enjoying showing the mini Hereford out here today. I get it. I'm glad he's out here showing, and I hate that he had to get kind of put in the situation. But I mean, as a whole, a mini Hereford in the commercial industry is just not where we want to be. So, and that's the only thing that got you there, Jet. You did a great job out here. The heifer looks great. She's very well presented. She's feeling good, as we can tell right now. She spins around the ring, but two very nice heifers get started on the commercial show today.
Your winners in Class 1 commercial heifers: first, Sutton Bryson from Forestburg; second, Jet White, Valley View. We're now ready for Class 3. It's a second class of commercial heifers. This is 18 to 24 months. We have 2 entries. At the conclusion of this class, we'll select our commercial heifer division winner and then go into the Grand and Reserve Champion Drive. If you're showing in showmanship, please be getting ready. We're going to do junior, then intermediate, then senior. The junior showmanship will be grades 3 through 5. Intermediate showmanship is grades 6 through 8. Senior showmanship is grades 9 through 12. We'd like to thank Nortex Communications for sponsoring the banners for our beef breeding division winners.
We're going to leave these heifers the way they came in the gate. We're going to start off the class with the Charolais heifer, and nice heifer. I mean, very good in their overall lines, overall design. Got a good set of feet and legs underneath her. She's got the grow. I think she'll end up turning into a nice production animal. She's got the right type of rib shape, right type of muscle design. Young lady's Black Baldy that will be in second. Still a nice heifer. Just carrying a little extra condition in her front 1/3, and then as you taper back from her shoulders back, does she have enough? Does she have enough dimension in her center part of her body? Does she have enough bone? Does she have enough footwork? That's all questions I had to ask myself whenever I was placing this, and I had to lean towards the Charolais heifer to win this class, and you'll be second, young lady.
Your winners in Class 3, 18 to 24 month commercial heifers. First, Angie Herms from Munster. Second, Ripley Hogg from Gainesville. We'll now choose the commercial heifer division winners. At the conclusion of this selection, we'll choose the Grand and Reserve Champion beef breeding.
We get in for our champion commercial heifer, and I think our champion in reserve are setting out here. We can evaluate these things and kind of break them down, but I think that there's one heifer that just comes to us more mass, more production per day of age, and everything in between. As I said, whenever we were talking about her in class, I would like to smooth her up at the point of her shoulder, maybe make her a little less terminal in her overall design of her front 1/3, but still a very nice heifer. And I'm going to use the calf to be champion out of the first class, and I'll come back and I'll use the Charolais heifer to be reserve.
Your champion commercial heifer is Sutton Bryson from Forestburg. Your reserve champion commercial heifer, Angie Herms from Munster. We need our American champion, who is Sutton Bryson. Our reserve American champion is Savannah Rossler. Please be standing by. Our champion British, Cannon Crisp. Our reserve champion British, Cedar James Love. Please be standing by. Our champion exotic, Maddie Barthold. Your reserve champion exotic, Aubrey Snyder, please be standing by. And then your champion commercial heifer was Sutton Bryson. And Angie Herms, please be standing by. Junior showmanship. Junior showmanship. You will be next. This is grades 3 through 5. Don't forget, if you win a buckle or a banner, please get your picture made at the backdrop today before you leave. Also, if you had a sale slot with a steer, please get your picture made at the backdrop before you leave today.
kind of round out today. I know we still got showmanship to do, but I do want to extend thanks to everybody that got me back out here again this year. It's been a joy to get to do this 2 years in a row. But I mean, as a whole, I think their overall quality has gotten substantially better, even just 2 years. I mean, all the way from the steer show all the way up to this drive here. I think that there wasn't just outliers out here this year like there was last year, in my opinion. But there is some sort here, and I'll kind of talk through these things just real fast and let you know kind of what I see and where I stand. Starting off with the American division, that heifer is nice. She has a lot of unique pieces. She's stout. She's burly. She comes together with a nice enough look up front. Is she the smoothest in how she transitions across the ring? Maybe not, but I do think that heifer does have a lot of good things about her, and I do think she's definitely in contention out here with contemporaries behind her. Then we get to the Hereford heifer, and we talked about her. You know, is she dialed in right now? No, she's not even clipped, and I have no bones about that. If I was showing cattle right now, my cattle wouldn't be clipped if I was trying to get them to Fort Worth and all the way through Houston. So that has no justification on what I do here in just a little bit. This heifer here is nice in a lot of aspects, and we talked about her whole. Her big flaw in today is just her brisket. I mean, it kind of throws her balance out. You get her neck clipped in, you block in her chest floor, it's probably going to look a whole lot better than what it does right now and out here right now. But still, a very nice heifer. She probably, whenever you ask these cattle to get out and go, she probably is the best on her front shoulder for sure. And as she gets around the ring, she probably is the most put together on the move as all three of these that I'm going to talk. As far as the champions go, she probably is the best on the move, in my personal opinion. Then we get down to the Charolais heifer. And Charolais heifer, if we're sitting here on the standstill, I mean, I lean pretty hard on this one. She does a lot of neat things, especially for that breed. Whenever she gets out and on the go, does she actually reach out and actually take her back foot back as far as I'd want? Maybe not. But as a whole, I know it's cold. I know these things are a little amped up compared to a normal day. And I get that. And that's how come I had to kind of weigh in on, especially on these county fairs, that you have to take everything into consideration. Sometimes the facilities aren't the nicest, and these animals are coming right off the trailer and showing this morning, or coming off the trailer last night, and it's been cool. Wash racks maybe aren't heated here and everything in between, and that just adds into the confusion of trying to sort this deal. And I'm trying to give every opportunity for these animals to do right. We talked about the commercial heifer, and I mean, that was a nice heifer in that particular division. I think you get her out excuse me, you get her out here though, I think her terminal look kind of comes back and haunts her a little bit. She's not as smooth shouldered as some of these others out here, and she's not as good on her feet and down at the ground as I'd like to see her. So as we go back through and we kind of look back at these heifers, I hadn't completely made up my mind exactly where I'm going to go 100%. I'm going to take one more look, and then I'll go out and I'll get your champion, and we'll let the reserve in that respective division come back in, and then I'll get you a reserve.
Your grand champion is Maddie Bartho from Valley View. We need the reserve exotic, Aubrey Snyder. Your reserve grand champion is Cannon Crisp. Would like to thank our buckle sponsor for our grand champion breeding heifer, that's Rocker O Ranch. Our banner sponsor for grand champion breeding heifer was J.R. Thompson Incorporated. Our buckle sponsor for the reserve champion breeding heifer was York I Associates. And our banner sponsor for reserve champion breeding heifer was J.R. Thompson Incorporated. We'd like to thank Nortex Communication for sponsoring the banners for all of our champion and reserve champion breed division winners. We're now ready for junior showmanship. Junior showmanship. This is grades 3 through 5. Junior showmanship to the ring now. Intermediate showman, grades 6 through 8. That's grades 6, 7, and 8. Please come to the gate and be ready. Senior showmanship, be getting ready.
have more pictures? Go get them pictures.
Oh, yeah.
We get in here for the junior showmanship. Just a couple things I kind of look at is where's the kid at? Where's the kid at in relation to the calf? Make sure that the kid is out in front of their nose where the judge can see them in this regard. Constantly looking back at the calf's feet. Whenever they're leading them, they're out in front of their nose. That way it doesn't make their neck look as jammed up. And just a couple little things like that. And there's one young lady that came out here, and she's done a good job. I would have wished she would have utilized the ring a little bit more whenever she made the turn a while ago. But, I mean, even in the regular show, she did a great job showing her animals. She's done a great job whenever she's gotten out here and gotten them stuck. She's constantly looking at the feet, constantly getting out in front, making sure she sees me, making sure I'm ready. If I was to ask her to do anything, that she's there ready to go. But overall, all four of these juniors have done a great job today, but I think there's one that kind of hit me a little harder all throughout the day, and she's done a very good job, and this is the young lady with this Hereford heifer.
Your champion junior showman for the cattle is Cedar James Love. We're now ready for our intermediate cattle showmanship. Senior cattle showmanship, be getting ready, please. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Martindale Feed Mill for junior cattle showmanship, Lloyd and Mary Ryder in memory of Kenneth Ott Kuykendall for intermediate cattle showmanship. Our senior cattle showmanship is sponsored by 3B MagnaWave 2C Livestock. Thank you for donating our buckles. Would also like to thank Cooke County Fair Association and the Cooke County United Way for all of their support. If you have won a buckle or a banner today, please go by the backdrop and get your picture made before you leave today. Also, if you made sale with your steer, or if you're an alternate, you need to get your picture made at the backdrop today before you leave.
Well, we had a little bit of a log jam in here for the intermediate division showmanship. So, with that being said, I think that kind of comes into play, though, whenever we get into the spring majors, whenever you start getting into these bigger classes, especially with steers, some of your breeds like the Herefords, the ORBs, those classes can get large. And you've got to know how to navigate those. And I think there's three really that kind of sorted their way to the top. I'm going to kind of talk about them just real quick, and then I'll go out and I'll select your champion. Young lady here on the end has the commercial heifer. She did a good job. She was a little bit blessed being at the front of the line, so she didn't have as much of the stop and go as some of the others behind her, but she did do a good job of helping navigate through that, trying to get through, get in, get out. Every time I've looked at her, had her animal stopped and had her part in the right setup position. Get critical on her, it's hard to get up in front of the nose of the heifer right now. So just make sure you have plenty of room in between you and the next calf or you and the fence in this regard. Next kid that I'm going to kind of talk about is the young lady with the yellow steer down here. She's done a great job. Every time I've kind of transitioned around her, she's put herself in a position to let me see the animal in all aspects. She's done a good job of keeping feet set. She hasn't circled too many times. She's given herself plenty of room. In this corner here, as you see, she kind of put herself 45-degree angle, that way she wasn't blocked in there. So that's a hard place to be, and especially for young showmen, that's a good showman to sit there and realize that and pull herself out of that regard. Next young lady I'm going to talk about is the young lady back here in the pink with the Hereford steer, and the Hereford steer is not wanting to cooperate for her, not wanting to walk, had to have a little bit of ring help, but every time she stopped, she was always trying to at least get her calf moving. She got her calf set up whenever it did log jam over here and make sure that her animal was presented at all times. Every time I transitioned around her, she moved her body correctly, did a good job. More importantly, on this young lady, I always like to brag on good team players. She helped a young man out here earlier today, and that right there means a whole lot to me. At the end of the day,
we don't have to be here. We don't have to help each other or whatever. But whenever you see good people doing good things, it sure does mean a whole lot to someone like me that deals with kids all the time. And more importantly, I deal with more bad kids than I do good kids. So whenever you get to see that, it means a whole lot, and it hits near and dear to my heart. So with that being said, I've kind of made up my mind on who I'm going to utilize today. She's done a good job all throughout the day. And like I just mentioned a while ago, helping out, even not during showmanship, she was still a good person, and helped out another young man. That's going to be this young lady in the pink here.
Your champion intermediate showman, Brindley Brend. Is that right? We're now ready for senior showmanship. Senior showmanship. Please make sure you get a picture at the backdrop if you win a banner or a buckle today. Also, if you made sale with your steer or an alternate, please make sure you get your picture at the backdrop before you leave today.
went ahead and pulled the 4 that I'm going to kind of keep back. I'm going to work these 4 just a little bit more. It's a little tight in here and a little congested, and I kind of want to see some things before I select the champion senior showman. But overall, very good set. Just because you're leaving doesn't mean you didn't do a good job. It's just these 4 kind of did a few things, little extra things I seen early, and kind of wanted to utilize them real fast. But if y'all could, please give these other kids a round of applause as they exit arena. As we kind of get down in the finals here for the senior showmanship, and I'd gladly take any one of these 4 and let them come and be part of my team any time of the week, any day of the week, any stock show. They all do a nice job. I've got pleasure of getting to watch them all throughout the day. All of them did a nice job in their class and here in showmanship. Just a couple of little things that I've just kind of seen that pet peeves, whatever you want to talk about, that I just noticed one person kind of step up the game in whenever they were presenting. So whenever it was high traffic area, there was one of these individuals that went ahead and kind of cut back and used the entire ring, didn't walk across the center of the ring whenever they made their turn. I like for you to get not so much as far away from the judge as possible, but I want you to utilize the entire ring. If there's room that you can get where the judge isn't right on top of your animal, then that's a great thing to do. Another thing that I seen that one of the young men in here did, whenever it kind of did get log jammed at one point in time, he reached up and he helped the person in front of him. And that means a lot. Guys, this is a county fair. There's people here that aren't going to go to majors, and we all realize that. And you got to help out your community, your county as much as possible, and sometimes that means helping them out in the ring, giving them a few pointers. That's a great thing to do, and I really enjoy that. I try to teach my kids there at the house to do that constantly, that not everybody is meant to win a major show, but we're all meant to be good people, and that's a big thing in my book, is try to be a good person. Another thing that I seen that one young lady did, and whenever I was kind of transitioning back and forth, that maybe the rest of the field didn't do, is they moved the calf's head where the nose was always out away from me, where the neck looked longer. That's one thing that I teach my kids. Whenever that calf is moved around, that nose needs to be pointed to the judge just a little bit, gives a little bit more elevation coming out of their shoulder whenever you do that. And this young lady that did that, I mean, every time I transitioned around, she was constantly turning her animal just ever so slightly, giving that advantage. And she did a very good job with that. But as a whole, I mean, I kind of complimented everybody in here. I kind of went down through and asked all the kids, hey, what's one thing you'd like to change about your animal? What's one thing in between now and whatever your next show is that you think you could do to help that? And it's good to learn how to feed livestock. There's plenty of fitters and everything in the world out there to help. But one thing I kind of pride myself on, whenever you go and you see us at a major show, my kids are doing the work. Whenever we fit calves, I've got everywhere from third graders all the way up to seniors in high school that are going and fitting these calves. Now, we try to make it where it's all part of the team, and that's something that I like to see, is these kids learning how and what we're trying to do. It's not just what can we do, it's how can we do it. How can we make ourselves better? And all these kids gave great answers on that. So it wasn't a whole lot of sort as far as that goes. So with all that being said, I'm super proud of these four that are sitting out here. You all did a great job. I'm going to go out and select the champion. Like I said, look forward to seeing you all on down the road. If you need anything, please reach out, call, text, whatever. I'm always willing to help if I can. We don't show a whole lot of animals anymore. I mean, the ones we do show, we've had good luck with the past couple of years, but as a whole, I'm always there to try to help some of these guys and some of these kids out. So please reach out if there's anything I can do for you. Thank you again to everybody out here, and appreciate y'all's support, staying around all the way to the end of this deal. Thank y'all, and have a great day.
Your champion senior showman is Ella Roshaber. We'd like to thank everybody who came out and supported our show today. Thank you for our sponsors.